Nice class of Berkshire barrows to start this division off with. And the young man over here to my left with the white face barrow is going to be your class winner. You talk about one that gets out here and gets his head up. He's very sound. He's functional. He is the one that is the most opened up all the way through the lower third of his body cavity. Big rib, big centered kind of barrow that still gives you a good look up through his front end. He is the soundest and most flexible out here. He is the most extended off either end. And when you get on top of him, he's got the most natural shape coming right out of his blade, going back into his hip. That's just a really nice barrow to go ahead and start with. The young man in front of me here is going to be second. There's another barrow too to me that's really thick in terms of the dimension of muscle he's got coming out of his blade out through his hip. He's a barrow that's really heavy bone and stout, and he is probably better through his chest floor than the one we started with. But here's a barrow that just doesn't give you that look up through the front end. Isn't quite as flexible off either end as the one we started with, but a real nice barrow to run in second. The young lady that's going to be third's got the barrow that to me just gives us a little bit. He's a little bit too closed up off either end. He's the shortest hipped. He's the shortest fronted. We go ahead and extend him out. We can talk about moving him up. Nice class of Berks to start this division.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this Berkshire class was Terry Meadows. Second was Paxton Goins. And third, Briley Murphy. Our next class is also a Berkshire class. There should be 4 entries in this one. We have Caitlin Dumar, Parker Goings, Ashton Cook, and Hazel Lucas.
Nice class of Berks to round this division off with, and I think they're on our top 2 here. There's definitely some give and take. You'd like to change something about each one of them, but the one I keep coming back to is the young man over here to my right. He's going to go ahead and be your class winner. He's got the really big, stout, tall-fronted, good-looking one that's really got a big back and really got shape coming right out of his blade down his top. That's a big-backed one, and he is very, very good up high. You'd like to change him as he goes away from you and square him up off his rear too. That's kind of a little hang-up for me, but he's so good every place else, I think he has to win this class. Young lady right here in the pink shirt is going to be second out here. Here's a barrow to me that the back 2/3 of this barrow are as good as anything. When he goes away from you, that's his best shot. He is extremely square from his pins all the way to the ground. I love the hind leg this one has. He's not as good up through his front end. He's not as tall-shouldered as the one we started with, and he's just not as stout coming right out of his back all the way down into his hip as the one we started with. The young lady is that's going to be third out here in front of me. Nice design, sound, functional barrel at the ground. You talk about one that can get out here. He's very comfortable. He is a big, stout one. He's got spread and dimension up high. Again, one of those to me that just not quite as good up through his head and neck set. He caves in up front as he comes at me. I'd like to rearrange that front end to get him moved up. And the young man that's going to be fourth out here got one that you like, the spread and dimension and the muscle this guy has. He just doesn't give you those bells and whistles that the other ones do. He's the shortest front and he's the deepest necked and he's the shortest hipped out of everything in this class, but a good one to end with. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand as they head on back.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in Class 4, which is our second Berkshire class, we have Ashton Cook of Watauga County. Hazel Lucas, also of Watauga County, placed second. Caitlin Dumar of Calhoun County was third, and Parker Goins of Randolph County was fourth. Our next class is our first Duroc class. There should be 2 entries, Kendall Price and Raiden Lovern.
On our first class of red ones out here, there's definitely some give and take between this pair. The young man for me is going to win this class. He's got the real heavy bone one that when this guy gets his head up and rolls, he just floats out here. He is the most comfortable from a feet and leg standpoint. He's extended off the end. To me, he's a barrow who's just not there yet. I think his best days are going to be when he hits, 300 pounds, but a really nice barrow that's very sound, very flexible, and just needs more time. The young lady's barrow down on the end down there has got one that's a little more compact. He's one that's a little bigger in terms of rib and body right now and capacity. He just gets out here. He wants to be a little scared. He wants to be a little more down-headed. I just like to make that one a little better design and give him a better look to go ahead and get him any higher.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this Duroc class is Raiden Lovern of Randolph County, and second was Kendall Price of Elmore County. Our next class is Class 6. It too is a Duroc class. There should be 4 entries in it. We have Elizabeth Belcher of Lee County, Colton Simpson of DeKalb County, Piper Baker of Blunt, and John Michael Murphy of Cherokee County.
We bring in this last class of reds here, and we definitely turned up the heat. I think we got a really good class winner in the young man's in the blue shirt there. That is a very, very good one in terms of just freshness and look and build and balance and design and everything kind of I'm looking for here today. I like the center cage. I like that internal dimension this guy has, but he's still really youthful and good up through his head and neck. You study this guy at the ground, and he gets out here and just floats. He comes at you like a Mack truck. He leaves you the same way. He's got the right amount of shape up high. Really good hip and hind leg in that one. Just a really good kind of barrel. Easy place to start. Gets a little closer to me out here between second and third. The young lady in the blue is going to be second. Here's one I think follows this guy that we started with in terms of the amount of shape and dimension he has up high. Really good hipped and hind-legged barrel. He wants to close up a little bit too much up front. He doesn't have the center cage and depth of heart and depth of body that the one we started with has, but a really good barrel in terms of just what he looks like up high and as he goes away from me. The young lady in the green striped shirt there is going to be third, and that's a really good barrel from a design standpoint. Very extended off either end, very sound and flexible, takes a long stride off both ends. Really good up high in terms of that spread dimension coming out of his blade. You get in behind this guy, he just starts to see this guy just hitting him a little harder from behind. He's just not as comfortable off his rear two as those ones we talked about and had above him, but that's just a good kind of a practical barrel that's got the right kind of cutability right now. Young man that's going to be fourth out here, got one that's very sound, got one that's very mobile. You like the flexibility this one has. Here to me just doesn't have those bells and whistles. We need to put a little more shape, a little more raw turn to his loin edge coming right out of his blade, him a little more length of hip relative to the rest of the class, but a really nice class of red ones. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in Class 6 was Colton Simpson of DeKalb County. Second place was Piper Baker of Blount County. Third, Elizabeth Belcher of Lee County. And rounding out the class in fourth was John Michael Murphy of Cherokee County. We're now going to select the top 5 purebred market hogs. Placing first from in the AOB class was Helena Pruitt. Placing first from the first class of Berkshire was Terry Meadows. Class 4, which was the second class of Berkshire, Ashton Cook. Class 5, the first class of Duroc, was Raiden Lovern. And then this last class of 6, Class 2 of Duroc, placing first is Colton Simpson.
Well, folks, as we get into our champion purebred drive here, let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand of applause. Really nice set of purebred barrows we're working through here, and we talked about each one of them in class. I'm not going to go ahead and talk about them again, but I think there's a couple of them out here that are very, very good in their own right. They represent their breeds extremely well, but there's one of them out here that does just a lot of things right in terms of that bulk and width and that three-dimensional look I'm looking for today. I like hogs that are wide. I like hogs that are true at the ground, and I like hogs that have a good look from the side and balance, and there's one out here that does that very, very easily for me. The young man's heavyweight Duroc is going to go ahead and be your champion purebred. The young lady's red one comes in, and that's certainly a nice barrow in his own right. We talked about him having that really good look from the side and being really raw down his top. I think he pushes the one that's going to be reserved for me. The one that's going to be reserved, no. The one that's going to be reserved out here is the one to me that follows that champion in terms of that look from the side. He's not as busted open off either end as the one that we just used, that we just talked about, but boy, from the side, this one's elevated. He is heavy-legged. He is stout. He is sound. He's not as opened up underneath, but I think that's just an age and size thing. The young man's big Berkshire is going to be your reserve. We dropped that second place Burke in here. The young lady's driving, and you talk about one that's so sound and flexible off either end, and so good design from the side. We talked about that one in class being just needing to be cracked open a little bit underneath through his chest floor and through his knee, and that's a problem with the majority of these pigs that we've seen out here today. That young lady's Berkshire barrow is very, very good in terms of just spread and dimension up high, soundness and functionability at the ground. He does a lot of things right. The young lady's Berkshire barrow is going to, was second in class, is going to be a third overall. We dropped the young lady's third place Burke in here, and one that's really stout, really three-dimensional as a look. Maybe not quite as attractive from the side. Maybe doesn't give us that balance and look that some of these other ones do. It gets pretty close between fourth and fifth overall. The one for me that does it in terms of just width and power and soundness and functionability. These things can be hammerheads sometimes. This is the reason why I don't have any more spotted hogs, because they do exactly what that one wants to do today. They got a mind of their own, but that's a very, very good barrow. The young lady's spotted barrow is going to be fourth overall. We dropped that young lady's Yorkshire in here that was second in that to AOB class, and very sound, very functional, extremely comfortable out here. Again, one we talked about, need to be square from the ground up, need to be out on the corners a little more for me. Just really stout in terms of how much power he has up high. We like that about him. I think there's one out here that gives us a little bit better look, that gives us just a little more genuine shape up high, down his top, back into that hip. I think there's one out here that is very sound and functional. We square him up at the knee ever so slightly, we can move that one up. The young lady's Duroc out here is going to be your fifth overall.
Well, thanks, Judge. Our champion purebred market hog is exhibited by Colton Simpson. The reserve is exhibited by Ashton Cook. Third overall is Hazel Lucas. Fourth overall, Helena Pruitt. And then fifth overall, Piper Baker. So once more, our champion purebred market hog is exhibited by Colton Simpson. The reserve, Ashton Cook. Third overall, Hazel Lucas. Fourth overall, Helena Pruitt. And fifth overall, Piper Baker. Our next class is our first crossbred class. There should be 10 entries in this class. I want to recognize a couple this morning that is celebrating their 19th wedding anniversary. Mr. and Mrs. Cone from Weaver. Raise your hands so everybody can see you. You have to turn it on. I'm sure.
If you have family or friends who are not here who want to watch, we do have a live stream going at jrlivestockexpo.com, and you can see that on the landing page of the expo. I think you can also watch showmanship from yesterday. We'll be live streaming all day, so if you have friends that want to watch, there's also a link to that on the Alabama Farmers Federation Facebook page. Thank you.
Really nice class to start these crosses off with, and we got a pair of them left out here. There's definitely some give and take between each one of these two. You got one that's extremely heavy bone and stout from the ground up, gives you a killer look from the side. This is a show pig look and show pig proportions. You got another one out here that is wide and stout and burly, a really stout skull with a huge back, a huge upper cage, just maybe not quite as burly as they go to the ground. Again, there's some give and take. I'm not going to argue with you if you like them a different way than I do. This one over here to my left, the young man spotted one's going to be your class winner. This guy gets out here and just gives you such a good look from the side. He is really good up through that head neck set. You study this guy at the ground. He is busted open, and he is very square and genuine from the ground up. Those are big feet. Those are big paws. He handles it extremely well. Is he the biggest backed one out here? No. But I think for their weight right now, the way they are, his balance and design and show pig proportions wins this class for me. I love the young man's Hampshire-looking barrow here. You talk about one that is busted open and broad and dense as he comes at you. Huge back, huge upper cage, really good hip. When you get behind him, though, he wants to funnel ever so slightly at the ground. He's not as big-footed from his hock all the way down through that heel as the one that we started with. But I tell you, when you get on top of this one from his blade back, that one is very, very impressive. The young man coming out next in third has got one that originally I thought we couldn't separate that pair, but when you start studying him from the side, he looks like the one we started with, but when you study him from the ground up, he is of our top three the most closed up as he comes at me, the most closed up from behind. He's got a great hip up high. Love the pin set, love the shape of this guy. I just need to to just expand this guy out, give him more bulk and density all the way through to compete with those two that we had above him. The young lady that's coming out next has got one that's really extended and good looking and attractive up through her front end, raw made down her top, and she's one for me that just needs more time. She just needs more cover all the way through, just a little too harsh to get above those top three. We get the young man coming out here next, and you talk about a Hampshire barrow that's sound and functional. He's extended off either end, really gives you a long neck and a long front end. Good hip in this guy. Time's going to be this guy's best friend. He just needs more feed and more fill to get him to a heavier weight. Young man coming out next has got one that is extremely broad and square and shapely up high. You talk about one when you get right on top of this one. This one is very good from her blade back into her hip. We got to change this one at the ground. We got to change her angles, the way she handles that front shoulder, the way she handles that rear leg going away from us. The young lady's black one coming out. Again, one that we love the density and squareness and shape up high. Love the stoutness of feature all the way around through her head and skull all the way back. She's 1 to 2. We just need to fix in that ham loin. We need to fix her off those rear two to get her any higher. These next ones coming out, hogs that have enough muscle, have enough product in them. We just need to fix them from a design and balance standpoint, feet and leg standpoint too, to go ahead and get them any higher. Nice class to start these crosses off with. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this first crossbred class is Terry Meadows of Randolph County. Second place, Colton Simpson of DeKalb County. Jax Johnson of Randolph County was third. Fourth, Seth McMurray of Lee County. Fifth, Peyton Johnston of Shelby County. Sixth, Walton Price of Lee County. Seventh went to Ella Harper of Randolph County. In eighth was Trinity Curtis of Elmore County. Lena Chestnut of Barber County was ninth, and rounding out the class in 10th was Easton Harper. Our next crossbred class, we have 8 entries. We have Ansley Dougal, Kendall Castleberry, Matthew Wilson, Raiden Lovern, Jonna Reeves, Charlie Stone, Colton Simpson, and Hazel Ellis.
6, okay? Just put him in. We laid over there for week 5. So next one. This week 6. There you go. Take him in the center of the ring. There you go. Good job. Just like that. How do you need 4? Okay. Let's take him over and put him in 4. Really good class here in this crossbred division, and we got 3 out here, and I'll be right honest with you, I've had each 3 of them win in the class, and I've had each one of them in 3rd. There's not a perfect one out here, but these are 3 extremely good animals. There's something you'd like to change about each one of them. You'd like to take every one of them and put them all together and make one that's ideal, one that's that's perfect. There's never been a perfect one made, so we make do with what we got. The one that I keep coming back to is the one that is the most functional at the ground, gives us the best look, and just does a lot of things right. As the young lady's in the green right here in front of me, he's going to go ahead and be your class winner. You talk about one that gives you a good look up through the front end. He is big-backed, he is big-hipped, he has the best hind leg out of everybody in here. When this guy goes away from you, from his pin set to the ground, that is a great hip and hind leg. I'd like to extend him out ever so slightly through his hip. He just gets a little shorter there, but you talk about one that is big and burly and wide. wide and still fresh. The young man in the blue shirt's going to be second out here, and I'll be right honest with you, this one until he kind of started short stepping on me, it was our class winner. The look and extension this guy has is very, very good. He is extremely busted open. He is extremely wide through the bottom third of his skeleton. Really good up high in terms of spread and dimension. You can see as he gets out here, he gets to being a little too choppy and a little too short-strided from behind. I'd like to go ahead and just lengthen that stride out, make him a little more comfortable there off those rear two. The young man with the third place gilt, that's where that one is better. From the side, her range of motion is very, very good. You get on the side of this one, she is the longest, she is the most extended out of everything out here, and that is a good thing, and it could be a bad thing because it just breaks up her balance ever so slightly. From her blade back, she doesn't blend quite as well going into that ham loin. She is big-legged, she is wide, she is high-headed, she is one that wants to set on the outside hoof wall of that rear leg ever so slightly. If we just balance her up a little bit more compared to those two barrows, give her a little bit more fill right in front of that ham loin, we could talk about moving that one up, but that is a very, very good one to go third. And I want to see that one out again, hopefully, when we get to that champion cross drive. The young lady coming out here next with the red one, you talk about a very, very good one to go forth. This one is very stout, very burly, big-footed, heavy-legged, very sound and mobile. You get on top of this one is square-backed and got a great hip. She is very good. He is very good up high, very mobile. He just reads a little flatter all the way through. He's a little flatter in his upper rib. He's a little more closed up underneath relative to the top three, but that is a very, very good barrow to run fourth in this class. Fifth coming out is the young ladies. Again, one that is burly up high. Spread and density is very, very good. Muscle pattern is very good on this one. He just doesn't have that those bells and whistles in terms of look up through his front end. He's not as heavy-legged. He's not as big-footed as those other ones we had. But those four we had above this one here were very, very good individuals. And not to take away anything from this one, he just needs to have more feature, especially at the ground. The young lady coming out here next has got one from a design and balance and look standpoint is as good as anything in the class. Extra high-headed, got her shoulder blade laid back in him. He is very sound, very mobile. Again, one of those barrows just doesn't have enough foot size and bone to run with his top end. These next two coming out, very good hogs in their own right. We need to balance them, make them better designed to go ahead and move them up. But very, very good class of crosses.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this crossbred class was Charlie Stone of Jefferson County. Second, Colton Simpson of DeKalb County. Raiden Lovern of Randolph County was third. Fourth went to Jonna Reeves of Jefferson County. Ansley Dougal of Calhoun County was fifth. Kendall Castleberry of St. Clair County was sixth. Seventh was Hurricane Hazel Ellis of Watauga County. And eighth was Matthew Wilson of Dale County. Our next crossbred class has 8 entries. Jack Johnson, Jewel Hyde, Philip Belcher, McKenna Martin, Eli Wilson, Colton Simpson, Addison Payne, and Parker Goings. But once more, a recap from Class 9. First was Charlie Stone. Second was Colton Simpson. Third, Raiden Lovern. Fourth, Jonna Reeves. Fifth was Ansley Dougal. Kendall Castleberry was sixth. Seventh, Hazel Ellis. And eighth, Matthew Wilson.
Nice class to go ahead and sort through here. And our top pair we've got out here, there's definitely some give and take. And again, one, you'd like to change something about each one of them. The white one, we'd like to stouten up his feature at the ground ever so slightly, correct him from his hock to ground. The young lady's belted one here is one that you love. It's true power and shape he's got up high and the density he has. You'd like to correct him up at the ground just ever so slightly from his knee coming right at me. When he goes away, he too, wants to just be a little funky from hock to ground, but that's a really, really good pair. You got one that balances a little bit better from the side, that's got a little more genuine shape up high. You got one that's a little more extended off either end and better through his knee. So there's definitely some give and take. The young lady's belted one for me is going to go ahead and be your class winner. I like that guy up high when you get right on top of him. I like that guy best when you get right out on the side of him. That's a heads-up barrel. When you get right over that top of that guy's impressive. That is a big ditch running down his back. That is a very, very good one in terms of balance and show pig's proportions. He is the heaviest boned. He is the biggest footed, and that's to his advantage over the white one. The young man's white one is extended and has the front third that I'm looking for today. I love the chest floor. I love the blade. I love that look up through his front end. Get him off to the side. He wants to get just a little bit easy in his top line. He doesn't balance quite as well. Wants to dip a little bit right there in front of his ham loin. And we get in behind him. He just isn't as stout as the one we started with. And he too just gets a little funky from hock to ground. You'd like to square him up and let him use that hind leg just a little bit better there. The young man that's going to be third out here has got one that is very, very good up high. In terms of the front two-thirds of this guy is very, very good. I love the skull and head shape this guy has. You get on top of him, that's a big square back that's really dense and full. You get in behind him, though, that rear third, he wants to be a little shorter and steeper out of that rump. He wants to be a little rounder there. We've got to fix him there and square him up, level him out through that hip to get him any higher. The next pair coming out, hogs that are very sound, very functional, just need more power. They need more muscle shape. They need more just added dimension all the way through. The next one's coming out, good hogs in their own right. The young man's barrow. We just got one that needs to go better off his rear too. He just needs to flex and drive better there. We need to drop more middle third to him. And these next ones coming out, just hogs that are very sound and functional, just need to have more bells and whistles, need to have heavier legs and bigger feet to go ahead and get them any higher.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in this crossbred class was McKenna Martin of Tallapoosa County. Colton Simpson of DeKalb was second. Third was Philip Belcher of Lee County. Parker Goins of Randolph County was fourth. Addison Payne, also of Randolph County, was fifth. Sixth, Jax Johnson. Eli Wilson of Calhoun County was seventh. And eighth was Jewel Hyde of St. Clair County. Our next crossbred class is Class 11. There should be 11 entries in this class. John Murphy, Roop Lovren, Piper Baker, Luke Wyatt, Dalton Fink, Terry Meadows, Colton Simpson, Mallory Middlebrooks, Kinsley Phillips, Cohen Hill, and Charlie Stone.
Really good class here. One of the deepest classes we've had today. And our top three out here are very, very good. But I think the one that wins it for me pretty handily is a young man in the blue right here. Here's one that gets out here and he just floats. He's very, very comfortable at the ground. He's really good design and good balance from the side. He's got that extra extension up through his front end. But yet, when you study him from the ground up, he is really pulled apart off of either end. That one just has no holes, no major problems. Where he's good, he's really good. Gets a little closer for second and third out here. The young man's barrow to me is going to be the one that's second. I like a lot of things about this guy. Really the heavy duty one, and that is a big, big hind leg that can function very well. The rear third of that barrow is very, very good. This guy's really elevated, tall-shouldered, stout-skulled, got a really good shape coming out of his blade, and he's a big caged kind of barrow. He closes up a little too much up front as he comes at me relative to that class winner. If I could just expand him, put him out on the corners just a little bit more, he competes to win the class. The young lady's got a really good gild out here. We're going to run in third. You talk about a broad, dense one up high. This one's spread in density from that one's blade all the way into her hip is very, very good. Very sound and functional. Of the top three, she's the most refined at the ground. She's the most in at her knee up front. And when we get off to the side of her, I like to just change the way she is through that hip and ham loin. She gets a little shorter and rounder out of her hip, but that's a very, very good one to run in third. The young man going to come out in fourth with that barrow. Really a tall-shouldered, elevated barrow who's short-backed. He's a little more compact off either end. Very, very deep-sided all the way through. Very sound and functional. Of our top four, he's the flattest made all the way through. He's the most closed up. Again, just one you'd like to give just a little more look up through his front end to compete with those top three. The young man coming out in five here has got one that the top side of that skeleton is very, very good in terms of shape and spread. Here's one that's very sound and functional. She just reads to me a little flatter all the way through, wants to just be a little tighter out of that hip. We'd like to change her there. The young lady's barrow coming out here next in six, elevated, tall-shouldered, good design barrow that's very sound and functional. You like the muscle pattern this guy has in him. He's just not as quite as stout-featured all the way through to the ground. Like to make him bigger-footed, heavier structured, give him more look coming up through the front end. The young man coming out next really got a muscular gilt, really broad, really bold as she comes at you. She just doesn't balance quite as well, gets a little funky in that ham loin. We need to fix her off those rear two. These next ones coming out, good kind of barrows in their own right, sound functional barrows, but we just need more width, we need more power all the way through to go ahead and get them any higher.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this crossbred 11 class is Colton Simpson of DeKalb County. Rook Lovern of Randolph County was second. Third, Charlie Stone of Jefferson County. Fourth, Cohen Hill of Etowah County. Terry Meadows of Randolph County was fifth. Mallory Middlebrooks of St. Clair County, sixth. Kinsley Phillips, also of St. Clair County, was seventh. Luke Wyatt of Elmore County was eighth. John Michael Murphy of Cherokee County was ninth. 10th, Piper Baker of Blount County, and rounding out the class in 11th was Dalton Fink of Calhoun County. Our Class 12 has 9 entries. Rose Hodnett, Riley Harwood, Hunter Smith, Colton Simpson, Ella Aldridge, Jace Wells, Abigail Cone, Tripp McMurray, and Anna Claire Simpkins. But once more, placing first from our previous class was Colton Simpson. Roop Lovin was second. Third was Charlie Stone. Cohen Hill was fourth. Fifth, Terry Meadows, sixth. Mallory Middlebrooks. Kinsley Phillips was seventh. Luke Wyatt was eighth. Ninth was John Murphy. 10th, Piper Baker. And Dalton Fink was 11th. There should be 9 entries in this final class of crossbred market hogs. I don't know who the boy has got the high and tight haircut there.
Really nice pair to end this division with, and there's definitely some give and take out here. The one that I keep coming back to is the stout featured one that's very, very sound, very burly. The young man in the blue is going to go ahead and have your class winner. You talk about one that's elevated and extended, but yet he comes at you broad and bold through his chest floor. You get on top of this guy, he's got a ditch running down his back. He has got a really, really good hip and hind leg in him. Length of hip is very good. His angles from behind are very good, and his range of motion and the way he uses that hind leg is exceptional. The young man's got a really good one. We're going to run in second here, and when you get on top of this guy is where you appreciate him. How much true shape and spread he's got coming down his blade. He is a tall-fronted, elevated one that gives you a good look. Very balanced and bold from the side. Here's one for me, though, that just runs out in terms of foot size and bone relative to that class winner. I'd like to give him more arm, more front foot, and more ankle to make him stouter to match how much true power he has up high. The young lady that's going to be running here in third has got one that you love in terms of shape coming right out of his blade. That's a really good hip, really good hind-legged one. Very sound, very functional. Just doesn't give you those bells and whistles. Isn't quite as attractive up through his front end. Maybe gets a rib longer compared to those other two, but a really good barrel to run in three. The young man coming in four here has got just a really basic one. No major problems in this one. Really opened up, good cage, good muscle. Again, just one you'd like to just give him a little more shape, a little more muscle expression, stouten up his feature at the ground ever so slightly. Young lady's got a blue one coming out next. Do you like the front two-thirds of this one? Up high, this one's exceptional in terms of muscle shape and spread and density. Here's one I like his head. I like that skull this guy has in him. Heavy bone, heavy featured kind of barrel. When he goes away from us, we just need to fix those rear two. We need to give him a better hip and hind leg relative to the rest of the class to be able to move him up. Really a dense one the young lady's driving here. Shapely up high. I mean, this is a carcass kind of gilt. Here's one that has got a tremendous amount of muscle. Love the width, love the spread. One to me, we just got to stouten up in terms of skull, and we just got to drop a better hip and hind leg in that one to get him moved up. The young man coming next has got one that's really sound and functional, good design, good proportions in this one. Needs to have more foot size and bone. Needs to be fixed in that front shoulder blade relative to the rest of the class. Young lady's coming out next, really a heavy muscle one. Just needs to be fixed from the ground up in terms of feet and legs. And the young lady's spotted one coming out, elevated, good design, very sound one. Needs to be stouter featured, needs to be bigger rib for me to go ahead and get him any higher. Nice class, though, to end this division with.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this Class 12, crossbred market hogs, was Colton Simpson of DeKalb County. Second place was Hunter Smith of Calhoun County. Third, Abigail Cohn of Calhoun County. Fourth, Tripp McMurray of Lee County. Fifth, Rose Hodnett of Tallapoosa County. Sixth, Riley Harwood of St. Clair County. Seventh was Chase Wells of Morgan County. Anna Claire Simpkins of Clay County was eighth. And ninth was Ella Aldrich of Blount County. We'll now bring back the first place winners from classes 8 through 12 to select the top 5 crossbred market hogs from our first class. We have Terry Meadows of Randolph County. From our second class, we have Charlie Stone of Jefferson County. From our third class, we have McKenna Martin of Tallapoosa County. From the next class, we have Colton Simpson of DeKalb County. And from the last class, Colton Simpson also.
Following the market show, we will do photos at the backdrop of anyone that got one of the big banners, and then we will take a break, and then we will move into the breeding show. So following the end of the market show, we will take photos at the backdrop, then we'll take a short break, and then we'll move on into the breeding show.
That means it might be at least 30 minutes.
Folks, as we start this crossbred division drive, let's put our hands together for these 5 exhibitors out here. The top end of these crosses, folks, are as good as you're going to find anywhere in the country. There's no doubt about it. I'll be right honest with you. This is the first show I've ever judged in Alabama, and I'll be right honest with you. This is the top end of this thing has exceeded my expectations. There's no doubt about it. These are kind of some of the hogs you find in the Midwest. I'm very comfortable with this set that we've got out here, and when we get all 5 of these out here, I hope you can kind of see what I'm doing in terms of look and balance and build and just overall density. There's any one of these can win. There's no doubt about it. And if you've showed them extensively, I'm sure each one of these have done very well, throughout their show careers. There's one out here I keep coming back to. He is the wide one. He is the stout one. He is the one that is really good up high. But this is the best one down low in terms of spread and width and just overall just being comfortable. He's extended off either end. This one is very, very good and just has no major flaws, no major holes or problems. The young man in the blue shirt is going to have your champion cross. We dropped that second place barrow in the young man's driving, and he does fit in here with what we've got. Really, really heavy structured, really stout skulled and heavy legged. You get on top of that one, you like him, and I think that one pushes a couple of these out here. The one I keep coming back to and the one I like second best, I think really follows that reserve the way I like him in terms of width of chest, width from behind, squareness of build, but gives us a killer look. Young man's orange spotted one from Class 1 is going to be a reserve. We dropped that second place barrow in the young ladies driving, and again, one of those that's just opened up. He's broad, he's dense, he's sound, maybe just not quite as heavy structured, maybe not quite as big in his kind as some of these other ones, but a very good barrow in his own right. It gets closer out here for your third overall. There's some things you'd like to change off each one of these, fix a feet and leg issue here, fix an extension issue there, but I think we got a really, really nice set to choose from for your third overall. The one I keep coming back to, I love the build, I love the squareness of from the ground up this one has. This one to me just gets a little bunchier. I just like to extend them in either area to push those top two, but the one that's going to be third overall is the young lady in the green jacket. She's going to be your third. Congratulations. That young man comes in with that second place barrow, and this one is a freak. We change him off his rear too. I'm not so sure this one doesn't win the whole show. For me, he just wants to lag and drag from behind. He wants to pop those rear pasterns and be too short and choppy. I'm a stickler for soundness. We got to have that, but that is a very good barrow in his own right. The one that suits me fourth best out here is the one, again, that's elevated, good looking, opened up, sound square, no major holes, no major problems. Maybe isn't that outlier, maybe isn't that one that has all those far-reaching pieces, but this one puts a lot of good things together. Young lady in the purple shirt is going to be fourth overall. Up that young man's second place barrow in here. Again, one that's elevated, brought up high, really sound, really functional. Need for me to be in the top 5, needs more foot size and bone, just needs more forearm, and he's very powerful up high. If we could just put more stoutness of feature in this guy at the ground, he balances a little bit better to me. It gets a lot closer between all these other 4 out here. There's something you'd like to change about each one of them. A structure issue here and there, a design issue here and there, but these hogs are very, very good in their own right. The one that's 5th best out here to me is a front knee away from being up in the top 2 or 3. The young lady right here in the front of me is going to go ahead and be 5th overall. Well, folks, for this grand market drive, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these two individuals out here. Very, very good set. If I'm not mistaken, the young man's got both of them out here, and he chose to drive the cross out here, and I think that was a good decision. This cross is just so sound and functional, and not to take away anything from the red one, because that is a very, very good purebred. This cross is just opened up. He's square built from the ground up. He's so comfortable, and there's functionality in this one, but yet this one has some of those bigger pieces. He is broad back. He is dense. He's got a great hip and hind leg. He's extended. He's sound, balanced. There's just no major holes, no major problems in this one. The young man's cross is going to be your grand. Man drives our calico barrel in here that was reserve cross, and man, you talk about one that is built right, that is really heavy-legged and big-footed. He may be the heaviest structured one that we see out here today. Great hip as he goes away from me. I like that squareness of pin set this one has. He really has the right angle from behind. As he comes at you from the side, you don't think that one has that much chest floor, but as he comes at you, he is busted open really well there. He is big-backed, and he is really good and fresh to that middle third. Killer look, killer show pig proportions. You know, not to take away anything from the Duroc. The Duroc is wide and broad and just doesn't maybe have quite that bone size and power we find in the young man's calico. The young man's calico is going to be a reserve today. Young lady's cross in here and really fits in with the Duroc. They're very similar in the type of pattern they have. They're very similar in the type of build they have. That third overall cross is, you talk about one that is really bowled up high. That is a huge back, a huge upper cage with a really slick front end. We talked about that one maybe not being quite as extended as some of these other ones. I think that kind of kept him out of the top two. Young lady does a really nice job presenting this one. The young lady's a third overall cross is going to be your third overall here. Up the cross in here, the young lady's driving, and again, just these are the kind of hogs I like. Opened up, square, very sound, very balanced, but a huge back, huge center cage in this one. Again, one that fits in very, very well with the Duroc, and these could be carbon copies of each other. Both of them represent their breeds extremely well. It gets close for me, but the one that's got a better hip, that's got a better hind leg, and is heavier structured and bigger footed to the ground is the cross. The young lady in the purple with the cross is going to be your fourth overall. Well, again, a young lady comes in here with that 5th overall cross, and you talk about one that is heavy structured. Again, one that is really burly and stout through his skull all the way back. That is a big, square, shapely back, and you get in behind this guy, those are big rear legs. That is a big, fat rear leg, and foot size on that one is exceptional. Big hip kind of barrow. Again, we talked about maybe being a front knee away from being higher in this top 5. It gets close between both of these, and not to take anything away from the purebreds, but in a true top 5, it's my job to find the 5th best one out here. The 5 best ones out here are your crosses. The young lady's 5th overall cross is going to be your 5th overall today.
Well, thanks, Judge. Our overall Supreme Champion, Market Hog, is exhibited by Colton Simpson. Our reserve is exhibited by Terry Meadows. Charlie Stone had the 3rd overall. 4th overall is exhibited by Colton Simpson. And then McKenna Martin had the 5th overall Market Hog. Pictures will be taken, and then a break, and then we'll start with our breeding show.
All right, guys, can everyone hear me? All right, so we're going to go ahead and start with photos. If you are pinned, stay pinned. We're going to start with Colton's overall win. If you were in the purebred top 5, you need to be making your way back to the ring. Bring your banners. Whoever you want to hold the feed pan for you, have someone to hold that for you in your pictures. Bring what you need. But if you got one of those big banners today, you need to bring that pig and that banner back to the ring. And we're going to go in order from the overall top 5. So we're going to start with Colton, and then we'll make our way back down. All right. All right, we're going to move on to Terry Meadows. So make your way over. we're about to start purebred photos in just a second. So we'll have Colton's Duroc up first if he's ready. If not, we'll skip over and come back. Then we'll go to Ashton, then Hazel, then Helena, and then Piper. So have your purebred ribbon, banner, all that ready to go. All right, everyone, we will start back at 12:15. 12:15, we'll start breeding show.
Well, it's time for us to begin our breeding show. This first AOB class, we have 2 entries, Jax Johnson and Ruby Hodnett. There are 4 AOB classes.
Nice pair to go ahead and start the breeding show off with, folks. And the young man driving the Yorkshire Gilt just kind of swallows the little belted gilt out here. She's going to go ahead and be your class winner. You talk about one that is heavy-duty, big-footed, very sound and mobile. This is a very, very good Yorkshire Gilt. Love the rear third of this one, the way she sets her hock, the way she uses that hind leg. She's out here. She's very comfortable. She just floats wherever she goes, but that is a stout-featured one that carries that bone and all the way down through its foot. The young lady's got a really nice belted one here. Good design, very functional kind of gilt. Gets a little more refined all the way through her head and front knee and foot. Gets a little straighter up through that shoulder. I'd like to go ahead and relax her there and just give her a little more elevation relative to that York gilt. But very nice pair to go ahead and start this breeding gilt division off with.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in this AOB class was Jax Johnson of Randolph County. Second place, Ruby Hodnett of Tallapoosa County. Our next AOB class has 4 entries, Hunter Smith, Braxton Burr, Charlie Stone, and Brinley Martin.
Really nice class AOBs here to work through, and the young lady's Poland Gilt's going to win this class for me. You talk about one that is really good design, really sound and balanced. This one is really stout featured all the way around. She's bulky where she needs. She's good looking up through her head and neck set, but her balance and design and just overall functionality at the ground is very, very good. That's a high-quality Poland Gilt to go ahead and win this class. Young man's Hampshire over here is going to be your second in this class. I love the elevation, the extension this one has up through her front third. She's busted open off either end. She gets more refined at the ground, and I wish that bone and foot size would match how much true power she has up top. Because you get on top of this one, she is broad and dense. She is really good through the center portion of her body cavity. Love the look from the side. She just needs to be stouter featured, and that is a Hampshire thing right now. The young lady or the young man in the pink there that has got the Hereford, just one that is big and brood sow looking, probably a little bit past her prime right now in terms of just overall cover and finish. But here's one that's sound and balanced and just looks like a brood sow. She is going to go home and make one very, very good Hereford sow for this young man, whoever takes her back. That's a good kind of breeding gilt to run third in this class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in this second AOB class is Charlie Stone of Jefferson County. Second went to Braxton Burr of Morgan County. And third, Hunter Smith of Calhoun County. Our next AOB class has 6 entries. Ashton Cook, Philip Belcher, McKenna Martin, Macy Simpson, Rose Hodnett, Aubrey Pilgrim.
Very, very good pair to run first and second in this class. And there's definitely some give and take in this class, but the one that suits me best is the young lady's Tam. She's going to go ahead and be your class winner. You talk about one that is pulled apart from top to bottom. This one is broad and dense as she comes and goes, but yet really refined up through her head and neck. She gives you a really good look up through that front shoulder blade, the way it's laid back in there. Very sound and functional at the ground. High quality underline. Huge middle third in this one in terms of internal capacity. The young lady's Hampshire is going to be second out here. This is a very, very good Hampshire gilt. I cut my teeth when I was a kid raising Hampshire hogs. I put myself through school raising Hampshire hogs, and they are very, very difficult to raise right now. This is one of the better ones I've seen in a long time. She gets a little straighter up and down off either end, wants to get just a little choppier, but that's a high capacity, high volume kind of gilt that is really extended off either end and does a lot of good things. Hampshires are hard to raise. That's a good Hampshire. The young lady coming out next with her Tam, very sound, very functional kind of gilt. Maybe doesn't quite blend down her top line quite as well as the other two we talked about. She doesn't balance it, just maybe wants to get us a nickel rib longer there, but a one that is opened up and really square from the ground up. We just got to give her a few little extra bells and whistles to get her higher. The young man's Yorkshire gilt coming out next is one that you like the spread, you like the width, you like the three-dimensional look she has. I wish she matched down at the ground how much true power she had up high. Good internally and through that center portion of her cage. For me, she needs a bigger foot. We need to fix her from hock to ground ever so slightly. The young lady's Hampshire gilt coming out next. One of those that you love from the side in terms of levelness of design, levelness of hip, look up through her front end. She wants to get a little straighter up and down on that front end and that front knee. We'd like to relax her there and just give her a shot more punch as she goes away from you. Real stout one the young man's driving now in terms of just width and bulk and power. Just one we got to fix the rear third on. Got to be better out of her hip and got to have a better hind leg in her to go ahead and get her moved up.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in our third AOB class was Macy Simpson of DeKalb County. Rose Hodnett of Tallapoosa County was second. McKenna Martin was third from Tallapoosa County. Philip Belcher, fourth from Lee County. Aubrey Pilgrim was fifth of Randolph County, and rounding out the class in sixth was Ashton Cook of Watauga County. Our next AOB class, in the last AOB class, we have 5 entries: Asher Williams, Lane Burr, Hunter Smith, Charlie Stone, and Frazier Johnson. But a recap from our third class: first, Macy Simpson; second, Rose Hodnett; third, McKenna Martin; fourth, Philip Belcher; fifth, Aubrey Pilgrim; and sixth, Ashton Cook.
Real nice set to finish off this AOB class with. And the young man in the pink shirt out here with the spot's going to be our class winner. You talk about one from the side that's ideal. She's tall-fronted, she's elevated, but she's really long and level about her hip. She's extended up through her front end. She's a heavy-structured, heavy-duty, very good built one. You'd like to pry her apart and set her a little square from behind, but for a brood sow, you know, this is fine. There's so many boars out there that are just absolute freaks in terms of width and just power. That's an easy fix on that one. She does so many things very, very well. Young man with the spotted gilt there in the center is going to be your second in this class. Really like this one in terms of look up through her front end. She's shapely coming back into her hip and coming right out of her blade. Really good through the center portion of her body cavity. Where she gets beat for me is on the rear third. She gets shorter and steeper out of that hip. She's not handling herself. She gets just a little tighter spine compared to that class winner. We fix her there, and it gets really, really close. The young man with the Chester Landrace gilt here is going to be third. Love the design and extension this one has. Very sound and very mobile. Needs to be stouter featured all the way around, especially in terms of bone and foot size at the ground. And the young man with the Herf, just one that's very sound, very functional. Looks like she can lay down and raise a lot of them. To me, just needs the extras, needs more power, needs more punch all the way through to get her any higher.
That's what we're trying to figure out, yeah. That's what he's done.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this fourth class was Hunter Smith of Calhoun County. Second, Lane Burr, Morgan County. Fraser Johnson from Etowah County was third, and Asher Williams from Randolph County was fourth. Our next class is our first Berkshire class. There should be 4 entries in this. Chloe Ford, Hadley Johnston, Ella Hopper, Terry Meadows. But a recap from our previous class, placing first, Hunter Smith, Lane Burr second, third, Fraser Johnson, and fourth, Asher Williams.
Nice class of Berks to go ahead and run through here. The young lady in the yellow shirt over there is going to have the class winner. You talk about one that is very sound, very mobile. She gets out here, floats. She is the high capacity gilt. She uses that hip and hind leg extremely well. Very, very good in terms of feet and legs. No major holes, no major problems. Maybe not the cleanest fronted one out here, but here's one that just is the high capacity, big volume one that handles everything very well, blends extremely well from her blade back. The young man to my left over here is going to have your second in this class. Gilt's just maybe not wanting to go quite as well out here compared to the rest of the class. She wants to be just a little rigid from behind. We need to fix her there, but she just maybe isn't quite as elevated up through that front end. She wants to be just a nickel straighter out of that shoulder, but a very good gilt. I just wish she'd just get out here and hit another gear and just go. The young lady in front of me here is going to be third. You talk about one that is really attractive up through her front end. Very, very sound, very flexible up through that front knee. She's one to me that just doesn't balance quite as well from the side. When you get her right in that ham loin, she gets a little funky there. She, too, gets a little straighter up and down on her front knee. And then the young lady with the small gilt here, just kind of fighting her a little bit in the ring. But I tell you what, I think if we come back and have this show 3 or 4 months later, this one's going to surprise a lot of them. I think her better days are ahead of her. I'd like to just see her knock nickel more secure off those rear legs to get her a little higher. But that's a very, very good gilt that's got a very bright future.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in this Berkshire class was Chloe Ford of Elmore County. Terry Meadows of Randolph County was second. Ella Harper of Randolph County was third, and Hadley Johnson was fourth from Shelby County. Our next class is also a Berkshire class, Class 6. There are 7 entries in this class. We have Maggie Yarbrough, Jax Johnson, Cameron Bowman, Cohen Hill, Max Cleary, Travis Smith, Terry Meadows. But a recap from Class 5, first was Chloe Ford, second Terry Meadows. Ella Harper was third, and Hadley Johnston was fourth.
Really nice pair to go ahead and work through here. And this is a very good class of Berkshires. The young man closest to me here with the predominantly white gilt's going to go ahead and be your class winner. You talk about one that is just big and dense and very, very stout all the way to the ground. She gives you a really good look on in terms of balance and design on the side. That is a long-hipped gilt with a very big pin set. She is very bold as she comes and goes. Very sound, very functional off both ends. I like a lot of things about that gilt. Young man that's going to be second out here has got one that is a crossbred looking in terms of foot size and bone and the way she just gets out here and handles herself. When you get right in behind her, she's not as big pinned, she's not as square going away from you as the one we started with, and she's just maybe just not quite as stout all the way through as the one that wins this class. But that is a very good kind of Berkshire gilt the young man's driving. It's going to be second. And put him in too. No, put him in. Put him in. Young man coming out in third's got a really, really good one. I love the front two-thirds of this one with the chest, boldness of front end, really good underlying quality on this one. Love the center body cavity this one has in her. When you get right in behind her, of our top three, she's the shortest and steepest out of her hip. She's the one that's most refined at the ground. Just like to stouten her up and just make her a little more powerful as she goes away from me. The young lady coming out here next has got one that I wish she'd just get out here and hit another gear and go. Really good in terms of uniqueness of front end. With the chest, balance from the side is really good. Where we got to fix her is from behind. She's got to be square from hot to ground. She's got to be better off those rear two to get her any higher. Young man's got a really sound, functional one out here. Good design, pretty heavy structured, no major holes and problems. Like to just elevate that one a little bit and clean her up through her front end and just give her a little more attractiveness from the side. These next two coming out, really good kind of gilts in their own right. Just need to stouten them up in terms of foot size, bone, give them a little bit more feature to go ahead and get them any higher.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 6 was Terry Meadows of Randolph County. St. Clair County's Travis Smith was second. Cohen Hill from Etowah County was third. Cameron Bowman of Cherokee County fourth. Fifth, Max Cleary of Calhoun County. Jax Johnson of Randolph County was sixth, and Maggie Yarbrough of Randolph County was seventh. Our next class is Class 7, Duroc Gilts. There should be 9 entries. Sarah Kate Stitcher with 2 entries. Molly Cox, Abigail Cohn, Rose Hodnett, Macy Simpson, Addison Payne, McKenna Martin, and Carter Payne. But a recap from Class 6, first place, Terry Meadows, Travis Smith second, third, Cohen Hill, Cameron Bowman fourth, fifth, Max Cleary, sixth, Jax Johnson, and Maggie Yarbrough seventh. And at the conclusion of this class, we will select the top 5 registered or purebred gilts.
Really good class of red gilts out here, guys. This is a very, very deep class, and I think we got two really good ones out here. They're a little different in type and kind. One's a little more terminal in her look. One's a really maternal in her look. And the one that I'm going to land on to win this class is a young lady right here in front of me. This is the one here that just looks like a brood sow in terms of just extension up through her front end, length of hip. This one is very, very comfortable as she goes and comes and goes out here. She hinges very, very loosely and uses that rear leg very, very well. She's a high capacity, big volume kind of a gilt that you can breed to any Duroc boar in the country and get good barrows out of. The young lady that's got one out here in second is the one that, as you can see, the longer this this drive has gone, she's just starting to labor a little bit too much as she goes away from you off of those rear two. She doesn't have the depth of rib and depth of flank and overall just softness that the one does in that we started the class with. But here's one, if you want to make Duroc barrows next year, this is the one to do it because you breed that one to the right boar, you're going to get some wild looking ones. The young lady that's coming out in third has the one that has the far reaching pieces, elevation and foot size and bone. This is a heavy duty, big skeleton, big footed kind of a gilt that's really unique up through her head and neck set. Love the design, love the overall just flexibility this one has. Of our top three, she just gets a little too flat off either end. She just gets a little flat from her pins all the way to the ground. I just like to open her up and just give her more punch through the lower third of her body cavity to go ahead and get her higher. Really good one coming out here. The young lady's driving next in four. Really good design, extended, very sound, very mobile. Doesn't have just that punch at the ground. Doesn't have that stoutness of feature that I want to see, but very sound, very functional. Feed that one to a really heavy duty kind of boar, and we're going to get good ones. Really a one that's opened up and just kind of a Mack truck. The lady's driving, the young lady's driving here. Like a lot of things about this gilt, like her flexibility off either end. She gets a little more jammed up through her head and neck set. She gets a little forward in her shoulder, and she just right behind that head, right on top of that crest of that neck. She just gets a little thick for me there. Real long-bodied, sound, functional one here. To me, the young lady's driving looks like a sow. To me, just needs to be a rib shorter. We just need to make that gilt just a little bit, just give her a little more balance from the side. These next two coming out, really sound, functional kind of gilts, just need to be better built in terms of balance and design to go ahead and get them any higher.
Thanks, Judge. Placing first in this last purebred class was Rose Hodnett of Tallapoosa County. Second, McKenna Martin of Tallapoosa County. Abigail Cohn of Calhoun County was third. Sarah Kate Stitcher of Randolph County was fourth and fifth. Sixth was Molly Cox of Barber County. Seventh was Carter Payne of Randolph County. And eighth, Addison Payne of Randolph County. We'll now bring our first place from each of the 7 classes to begin to select a top 5 purebred. But once more, a recap from Class 7. First, Rose Hodnett. Second, McKenna Martin. Third, Abigail Cohn. Fourth and fifth was Sarah Kate Stitcher. Sixth, Molly Cox. Seventh, Carter Payne. And eighth, Addison Payne.
Well, folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids for your champion purebred gilt drive. You know, when these things hit the ring, I mean, I knew we had a really good set of class winners out here. I didn't know how good they were until we got them all together. I want everybody to look in this ring right now, and this is a very, very high-quality set of females. I'm telling you right now, this will rival a Midwest State Fair champion purebred gilt drive. There's no doubt about it. Each one of these things are very, very, very well representative of their breeds. They do a lot of really good things. Gilts like this get me excited because they're going to go home and they're going to make the next generation better. You can find those boars to tweak these things here and there, whether you want to elevate one, whether you want to stouten one up, whether you want to make one just a nickel more flexible. There's boars out there to do it. You guys do your lessons. I hope you guys are taking some of these things home and breeding them because they are very, very high quality, high functional kind of gilts. You know, the one I keep coming back to is the one that just suits me very, very well. She does so many things very well, very sound, very bulky, very dense, just no major holes, no major problems. This one just suits me very, very well in terms of what I want to look, what I want my brood sows to look like. Whether they're crosses, whether they're pures, it doesn't matter. The young lady in the green jacket, your Poland gilt's going to be the champion pure. This young man comes in with his Hampshire gilt, and you talk about one that's elevated and good looking. We talked about this one in class, how sound and functional she is. I wish she was a little stouter featured, especially right there from hock to ground. But now that is a Hampshire thing, and there's nothing we could do about it. That's a very high quality gilt, and she pushes some of these out here, no doubt in my mind, for the reserve spot. The one I keep coming back to for reserve guys is one that does so many really good things for this breed. This one is very unique in terms of look, in terms of bulk and density, and in terms of just overall functionability. Again, one that represents her breed extremely well. The young lady's Tam is going to be a reserve. Young man driving this second place Hampshire coming in. Very good Hampshire gilt. You know, again, one that just gets a little straighter, gets a little postier, but high quality, no doubt. There's one out here that I love. You know, when you talk about me judging shows, and I think about which ones do I want to take home, which ones do I want to put in my sow pens in terms of the order we go. There's one out here that I'd love to have in my sow pens because this one is phenomenal in terms of foot size, bone, from the ground up, just actually floats out here. The young man's Yorkshire is going to be your third overall. A young lady's Hampshire gilt comes in here, and she got beat by a really, really good one in class. Really nice little gilt, very good designed. Again, we were talking about Hampshires, a little more refined, a little straighter up and down, but a high quality little gilt that's got better days ahead of her. The next one, I'd want to take home and try to make the next generation better with is one that has those far-reaching pieces for her breed. You talk about one that is heavy duty, that is really stout, that is really good design, maybe not quite as much of a cat out here as some of these other ones. You just hinge her a little looser out of that hip, and she moves on up. Young man's big Berkshire gilt out here is going to be her fourth. That second place Berkshire comes in here, and we talked about her earlier, just having that crossbred look up through her front end, that extra heavy duty, extra heaviness of skeleton, and you talk about one that is big footed. Change her in her hip and rear third just a little bit for me, and we can certainly talk about using her, but it gets close between a few of these out here. The one I like, the fifth best out here, is the one I think just exemplifies brood sow for me. Maybe just doesn't have all those extras that those other ones did, but you talk about one that does a lot of basic things very, very well. The young lady's Duroc is going to be your fifth overall.
Thanks, Judge. Our champion purebred gilt is exhibited by Charlie Stone. The reserve, Macy Simpson. Jax Johnston had the third overall. Terry Meadows, fourth overall. And Rose Hodnett, fifth overall. So our champion purebred gilt is exhibited by Charlie Stone. The reserve, Macy Simpson. Jax Johnston, third. Terry Meadows, fourth. And Rose Hodnett, fifth. Our next class is our first class of crossbred gilts. There should be 4 entries in this class: Kendall Price, Dalton Fink, Sarah Hillier, and Charlie Stone.
We in these first class of crosses, folks, and I think we got a really neat one to start with. Young lady in the green jacket's going to have your class winner. You talk about one that has show pig proportions from the side, elevation and look up through her front end, but I mean really level down her top. Got the right amount of fill, got the right amount of center cage to her. She is busted open through her chest floor. Gets a little flatter from behind. You'd like to change her there and just open her up, but she is sound, she's secure, and she's very functional at the ground. The young man over here in the striped shirt is going to be second. He got one there that is kind of got the outlier pieces in terms of elevation and look from the side. Maybe gets a little harder, gets a little flatter through the center portion of her cage, and we get right in behind her, gets a little edgy in terms of hock to ground placement. I'd like to go ahead and fix her there off those rear two to be able to compete with the one we started with. Young lady over here in the middle of the ring with the fast one is going to go ahead and be third. You talk about one that's sound, that's functional, just needs more stuff to her. Likewise with the one in fourth, the young lady going out, sound, functional, just needs more groceries and needs more feed to be more competitive today.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in this first crossbred class was Charlie Stone, second, Dalton Fink, third, Kendall Price, and fourth, Sarah Hillier. Our next class should have 9 entries: Jax Johnson, Seth McMurray, Millie Brown, Patrick Fink, Roop Lovern, McKenna Martin, Ella Hopper, Ansley Payne, and Charlie Stone. But once more, placing first from this first class of commercial gilts was Charlie Stone, second, Dalton Fink, third, Kendall Price, and fourth, Sarah Hillier.
Very good class of crossbred gilts to work through here in our second class of these things. This is a very, very high quality set of females out here, guys, and there's definitely some give and take between all three of these that we have left out here. The one that suits me best, I think, is the one that I'd want to take home, that I'm going to try to make the next generation better with, and that's the young lady in the green jacket there. She's got the one, to me, that I'd want to put in my breeding pens. You talk about one that is unique in terms of head and neck set and extension, but really square coming out of her blade. She's got a big hip laying in her. She handles it relatively well. She gets a little edgy from behind, is picking a lot of punch there, but she has opened up all the way through the lower third of her body cavity, and she is very comfortable and just floats as she comes and goes out here. That's just a really good lightweight kind of breeding gilt. The young man's blue gilt's going to be second out here from the side. I don't know if you can make one any better in terms of elevation and extension. I love that head and neck set. You look at that underline of that gilt. That underline starts clear up right in behind her elbow pocket. That is a high functioning underline there. That gilt looks like she's going to be a phenomenal sow. She too gets just a little edgy from behind. I'd like to just secure her up there, but that one is unique, in terms of just extension, levelness of design, and just heaviness of structure. The one that's going to be third out here, to me, is one that's just got some unique pieces. I love the front third. I love that middle third. When we get right in behind her, though, relative to them other two, she is the flattest hipped. She is the narrowest pinned. She is the one that I just like to make a little more secure from hock to ground off either end. But the front 2/3 of that one is phenomenal in terms of elevation, stoutness of feature, and head and neck set. Really good kind of female. The one coming out here in fourth is just kind of your basic one. Does a lot of good things. She's bulky, she's wide, she's bold through the lower third of her body cavity. Really good through that cage. She's one that just gets a little plainer all the way through, up to that head and neck set. Just gets a little just plainer, I guess. Wants to be a little jammy up front. I just like to just give her a nickel more shot of foot size and front ankle relative to that rest of that class. Really good design one. The young man's driving here. Levelness at top is really good. Length of hip is good. Squareness of build from the ground up is good. She's just in proportion to her length of body. She's a little lower set to the ground. I'd like to elevate her up, take a rib out of her, and just make her just a little more basic in that look from the side. The young man that's is coming out next got a really unique one in terms of just head and neck and levelness of design. Gets a little harder, gets a little harsher, maybe not quite as busted open, maybe not quite as stout featured as some of these other ones. The next two coming out, really good gilts in their own right, sound functional gilts, and just for me, just need more oomph, need more mass and power to go ahead and get them up to make this next generation.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 10 was Charlie Stone of Jefferson County. Second, Roop Lovern of Randolph County. Third, Jax Johnson of Randolph County. McKenna Martin of Tallapoosa County was fourth. Jax Johnson, Randolph County. Fifth was Seth McMurray of Lee County. Sixth, Patrick Fink of Calhoun County. Seventh, Millie Brown of Calhoun County. And eighth, Ansley Payne of Randolph County. Class 11 is next. There should be 7 entries in this class. Braxton Burr, Paxton Goins, Madison West, Parker Goins, Jada Woodrow, Rayton Lovern, and Ansley Dougal. But a recount from the previous class: Charlie Stone was first, Roop Lovern second, Jax Johnson third, fourth McKenna Martin, Seth McMurray fifth, Patrick Fink sixth, Millie Brown seventh, and rounding out the class in eighth, Ansley Payne.
really good pair to work through here in this top end of this class here. There's definitely some give and take between each one of these two, and just to talk about them, you know, the young man's spotted one. You talk about one that's got a really good height too, just floats out here, gives you a really good look up from the side and square and up high, really broad and dense to the lower third of her body cavity. I love the internal dimension that one has. Just looks like a brood sow. If I could just give her just a notch more, just foot size up front and front ankle, you know, I think it'd be a no-brainer for me. This thing wouldn't be that close. The young man's belted one with a dot on her back there. You talk about one that is heavy duty in terms of skeleton. Love her skull and look up through her front end. Her show pig proportions are very, very good. That is ideal, you know, to make these next generation of barrows. She's opened up. She's heavy duty. Again, one that you just flex her just a little bit from behind. She's borderline a little too round for me, but I tell you what, she's got very, very unique pieces, and she has those far-reaching pieces. So it's a give and a take. I think it's very close. The one I'd put in my sow lots to make the next generation better is the young man's belted one. She's the one that has those far-reaching pieces to make that next generation of barrows that can go anywhere in this country and win. She has opened up. She's really, really balanced. She's extremely just broad and dense all the way through. She's a little out there. I'm not going to argue with you if you tell me that. That's fine, but sometimes we need that every once in a while to inject into these barrows. The young man's got one that's really neat in terms of look from the side. I love the center cage. I love the way she hinges and uses that rear leg. Again, one I just like to elevate ever so slightly up front, make her just a little stronger past her, and give her more front bone, especially going down into that ankle. She just gets a little refined for me today. The young lady coming out next has got one. You like the elevation, you like the extension. She just ran into two very, very good ones out here that were presented extremely well. Very good in terms of build, very good in terms of just mobility. Just needs more stuff to her to get around those other two. The young man's red spotted one coming out fourth, same kind of thing. I think if this one's got a really good fit job on her and we get that internal capacity and depth of flank and depth of rib in this one, I think she looks totally different. But from a design standpoint, from a squareness of build standpoint, this one's very, very good. Just raw in the way she's looks today. Young lady does a nice job driving this one out here. I like the density. I like the broadness. I like the boldness this one has. Very flexible off both ends. Just needs to be better designed. Needs to be higher head set. Needs to be leveler outer hip. These next two coming out, elevated, good, kind of sound, functional gilts. Just need more stuff. Need more internal capacity to them all the way around. The young lady spotted one here. Needs to get off her rear two a little bit better. And the young man's coming out just needs more stuff.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 11 was Rayden Lovern of Randolph County. Braxton Blue of Morgan County was second. Madison West, Calhoun County was third. Paxton Goins of Randolph County was fourth. Fifth went to Ansley Dougal from Calhoun County. Sixth, Parker Goins from Randolph County. Seventh, Jada Woodrow from Calhoun County. And eighth was Jax Johnson of Randolph County. Our next class, Class 12, should have 7 entries. Olivia Wells, Caitlin Dumar, Macy Simpson, Ansley Dougal, Molly Cox, Ellie Andrews, and Liam Pilgrim. But a recap from Class 11, Rayden Lovern was first, Braxton Burr second, third, Madison West, Paxton Goins fourth, fifth, Ansley Dougal, Parker Goins was sixth, Jada Woodrow seventh, and rounding out the class in eighth was Jax Johnson.
Another nice class of cross gilts to go ahead and sort through. And young lady's black gilt's going to win this for me. She wins it pretty handily. You talk about one that she probably needs an attitude adjustment out here, but I tell you, she's doing fine in terms of just mobility. She is comfortable when she gets out here. She flexes and hinges extremely well for how much power this one truly has. And if you want to see one with power, look at this one come at you. That is a monster chest floor, a huge back, a huge center cage, a huge rear leg, and a really, really good hip. That is a very, very good one in terms of just making a brood sow. Those are the kind that makes the next generation better. The young man that's going to be third out here, or second out here, you talk about one, same deal. Big chest, really extended up through her front end. Doesn't have that internal capacity. Doesn't have that great big monster rib cage in her that the one did that we started with. We right in behind her, and you'd like to change her from hock to ground. That is where she gets beat out here for me. You change her there, drop a little more belly and flank in here. This one gets really good, really fast. But I like this kind. That's a very unique one and has those far-reaching pieces. The young lady's got the third out here. Just one that's very sound, very mobile. As they go across the ring, you get right in behind her. Of our top three, she is the flattest as she goes away from you. She doesn't hinge just quite as loose as she goes out here off of either end. You just like to just open her up, make her take a bigger stride, give her a notch more punch as she goes away from me to go ahead and get around those other two. The young lady coming out here next with the whiter gilt, again, one of those just bigger outline kind of gilts, got a little more length of body, very sound, very mobile, just needs to have just a little bit more look, just to have a little more balance to her. Again, drop a little more belly and flank in that one to get her higher. The young lady coming out has got one that's got some good pieces in terms of with the chest, with the hip and pin set is really good. She gets a little more tucked up in her flank for me. Again, I'd like to drop just more belly and more rib in that one to get her higher. The next one coming out is a bulky, dense one the young lady's got, all kinds of internal dimension and width. We just need to level her out, make her better hip and make her better off those rear two. And the young lady coming out here next got one that's very tall-shouldered, very attractive from the side, balances up really well. For me, just needs yanked apart off either end and give them a shot more structure in to go ahead and get her any higher. A nice class of crossbred gilts to work through.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 12 was Macy Simpson. Second went to Liam Pilgrim. Caitlin Dumar was third. Fourth, Ellie Andrews. Fifth, Olivia Wells. Sixth, Ansley Dougal. And seventh, Molly Cox. Our next class, Class 13, there should be 9 entries in this class. Hunter Smith, Claire B. Hill, Finn Johnson, Kendall Castleberry, Ira Cleary, Trip McMurray, Ashton Cook, and Audrey Ray. But once more, placing first from Class 12 was Macy Simpson. Second, Liam Pilgrim. Third, Caitlin Dumar. Fourth, Ellie Andrews. Olivia Wells was fifth. Ansley Dougal was sixth. And Molly Cox was seventh. Just a moment. 75.
Yeah, we didn't have a scratch in this one after all.
She's in there. 175.
Yeah.
She's staring and
Nice class of gilts to sort through here, and there's definitely some give and take in the top three that we have out here. I'd like to take a piece of each one of them and combine one to make the one that's ideal. We can't do that, obviously, but the one that suits me the best out here that looks like the brood sow, the young lady in the green shirt is going to have your class winner. You talk about one from the side that is heads up and good looking, but yet has that internal dimension, has that depth of body, really good high-quality underline on this one, extremely good in terms of feet and legs and functionality at the ground. You talk about one that's got a perfect hip and hind leg. She uses that thing extremely well. That is the kind of hip and hind leg it takes to survive what I call general population in our sow lots. That one just looks like a brood sow to me. It's just to stouten her up ever so slightly to make her ideal. That's where a couple of these others kind of got her beat, but in terms of just brood sow look and brood sow potential, that one's it. The young man over here to my right, or my left in the green shirt is going to have your second in this class. Here's one that to me just does a lot of basic things very, very well. She's opened up through her chest. She's extremely good design. She's got a really good head and neck set to her. You get in behind her and she just gets a little just flat, or maybe just doesn't flex and drive off those rear two like you'd like to see. But boy, as far as proportions go and as far as balance and design go, this one does it very well. Young man third over here has got the real stout featured one. Heavy duty skeleton, big feet, big legs, really massive up high and broad and dense. This one's very sound and functional. Of our top three, she's the narrowest off both ends. I just like to open her up and just set her out on the corners when she hits the ground off either end. We talk about dropping a little more flank and belly in that one. We can talk about moving that one up. The young lady coming out next has got one. I love the internal dimension and just the width and power this one has. Broad and dense up high, very mobile and very athletic out here. She's one that to me just gets a little more jammed up off either end. She gets a little shorter fronted. She gets a little shorter hip. She wants to just kind of swivel a little bit from behind. I just like her just to make it take a little more authoritative step as she goes away from me off those rear two. Likewise with this one, I love the front 2/3 of this one. The elevation, the look, the density coming out of her blade. Really good underline in this one. She needs to go better off her rear two. She wants to get a little choppy and a little punchy there from behind. We fix her there, make her flex and drive better off those rear two. We can talk about moving that one up. Young man's got a really wide center, big chested one, a high capacity kind of gilt. Relative to how much power she has up high on top of her skeleton, she needs to be elevated up off the ground. She needs to have a little more length of cannon to her to balance her out. The young lady coming out here next has got one that is this exact opposite in terms of elevation and look from the side. She needs more power in terms of just overall depth of heart and depth of blade. These next two coming out, just really good, sound, functional ones. Need more belly, need more internal dimension, need more width all the way through to go ahead and get them moved up.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in this class of crossbred gilts was Kendall Castleberry. Second, Finn Johnson. Third, Ashton Cook. Fourth, Claire B. Hill. Fifth, Trip McMurray. Sixth, Hunter Smith. Seventh, Anna Claire Simpkins. Eighth, Ira Cleary. And ninth, Audrey Ray. Our next class, 14, should have 8 entries. Hazel Lucas, McKenna Martin, Landry Simpkins, Rose Hydnett, Brindley Martin, Mallory Middlebrooks, Darcy Johnson, and Wyatt Dillard. But a recap from our previous class: first, Kendall Castleberry; second, Finn Johnson; third, Ashton Cook; fourth, Clara B. Hill; fifth, Trip McMurray; sixth, Hunter Smith; seventh, Anna Claire Simpkins; eighth, Ira Clearing; and ninth, Audrey Ray.
Very good class to go ahead and sort through here, and our top four, there's definitely some give and take in there, and I don't think there's a one that's the right one to use. We just got to just describe them, place them, and move on. The one that suits me best out here, young lady in the pink shirt, is going to have your class winner. She's the one to me that looks like the brood sow. She hinges the loosest. She's set out on the corners from the ground up. She gives you a good look from the side. She's balanced. She's square built, very good in terms of just balance and design. I love the added depth of side and just a brood sow look she gives you as she's going across the ring there. That's one you can take to all the tricked out boars you want, all the ones that have those ESTs, and make that next generation better. Young man's driving a belted one here that you'd like to stouten her up. There's no doubt about it. When she comes at you, that is a big chest floor. She's very secure in those rear two as she goes away. You get on top of this one, she is broad from her blade back, a big center cage, high quality underline. There's extension up front. There's really good length of hip. She is one that just needs to be stoutened up ever so slightly. I'd change her head and just stouten her up there, balance her up a little bit better from the side, but very basic in terms of just that brood sow look. The one that's wild looking is the one the young lady's coming out here in third. She is the heavy bone one. She's the one that looks a little terminal in her makeup. As the drive wore on, you can see she's starting to get a little punchy from behind. She just doesn't flex and drive, and she's not as comfortable off of her rear two as the rest of these two, or the other two that we had above her, but just one that can make the next generation better if we make her to the right boar. Love this one from the side, the heads up look she has, the elevation up through her front end, really shapely and bold, coming right out of her forerib into that hip. Of our top four, she is the one that is the most closed up as she comes at me. She is the flattest and then the most closed up as she goes away. I just like to open that one up, square her up from the ground up, set her a little bit better on the corners to think about moving her up. Young lady coming out next has got a real heavy boned one. I like the elevation this one has, the extension, very sound, very functional up through that front and shoulder, high quality underline on her. She gets a little piecey, just gets a little plainer right behind her blade there, and from hock to ground, I just like to change her, make her flex and drive better off those rear two. The young lady's coming out with a wild looking one here. You talk about a changer that has those far reaching pieces. That's her. Today for me, she doesn't fit together quite as well. She doesn't balance as well from the side, but broad and dense and bulky, just needs to relax in that spine and be better off those rear two to get her any higher. Young lady's got one coming out. Is really tall fronted, long sided, elevated, very sound and functional, needs opened up, needs to be heavier structured. The rest of these coming out are very similar in that regard, just ones that are elevated, ones that are just a little plainer all the way through, just need more width, need more power all the way through these to get them any higher.
And none of them had, there's like 3 without numbers, so.
Okay, placing first from Class 14 was Mallory Middlebrooks of St. Clair County. Second, McKenna Martin of Tallapoosa County. Third, Brindley Martin of Tallapoosa County. Fourth, McKenna Martin. Fifth, Darcy Johnson of Etowah County. Sixth, Rose Hodnett of Tallapoosa County. Hazel Lucas of Watauga County was seventh. Landry Simpkins was eighth. Ninth was Wyatt Dillard, and 10th, Brindley Martin. Our final class of the day, there should be 7 entries in this class. Terry Meadows, Sarah Kate Stitcher, Cameron Bowman, Lexi Jones, Jada Woodrow, Aubrey Pilgrim, and Jonna Reeves. But a recap from Class 14. Mallory Middlebrooks was first. Second, McKenna Martin. Third, Brindley Martin. Fourth, McKenna Martin. Fifth, Darcy Johnson, 6th. Rose Hodnett, 7th. Hazel Lucas, 8th. Landry Simpkins, 9th. Wyatt Dillard in 10th. Brindley Martin.
Really good pair to end the day with here, folks. And I think we got two really good, big, heavyweight females out here to go ahead and choose from. And I like the young lady's belted gilt be our class winner. She's going to be a very good brood sow someday. Here, give me knuckles. Good job. Good job. Hey, this one, you talk about this one just being big and stout and opened up, and that skull and head is really good for being that clean jawed. You get on top of this one, she is really square from her blade all the way back to her hip. That's where she's better than the one that's in second. I'd like to level her hip out. I'd like to just change her there. She goes off those rear two ever so slightly, but that is a big, powerful one that's got those far-reaching pieces we look for in these elite crossbred gilts. The young lady's gilt she's driving here, you talk about good design, good build, good pattern. I'd like to change her underline on this side, add an extra one in there, but that's not a huge concern right now to me. Really good hip, really good hind leg, opened up at the ground. She just needs just more stuff up high relative to that one we started with. The young lady that's coming out next in third has got one you like from the side. You like the profile. You like the added dimension and width she has. As she comes at me, though, she wants to come in at her knee ever so slightly up front, wants to get a little more upright, up and down. I'd like to change her there in that front shoulder, set that thing back, relax her in her knee, and fix that front end because the back two-thirds of that gilt are really, really good. The young lady coming out here next has got one that's very sound, very mobile, flexible as she comes and goes. She gets a little more refined at the ground in terms of foot and bone. I'd like to open her up, make her wider coming and go, and put her out on the corners. Likewise with the young man's here, great design, great build, great pattern, functions very, very well in terms of feet and legs, just needs more stuff, needs more just foot and bone and power once we get in these heavyweight classes. These next three coming out, hogs that are very similar, just need more punch, they need more width, they need more power to go ahead and compete with these stouter featured ones that we had above them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in this last class of crossbred gilts was Jonna Reeves of Jefferson County. Second, Cameron Bowman of Cherokee County. Third, Aubrey Pilgrim of Randolph County. Lexi Jones of Coleman County was fourth. Terry Meadows of Randolph County was fifth. Sixth, Cameron Bowman. Seventh, Sarah Kate Stitcher. And eighth, Jada Woodrow. We're going to bring the first place from classes 9 through 15 to select the top 5 overall commercial gilts. But a recap from class 15. First, Jonna Reeves. Second, Cameron Bowman. Third, Aubrey Pilgrim. Lexi Jones was fourth. Terry Meadows was fifth. Sixth, Cameron Bowman. Seventh, Sarah Kate Stitcher. And eighth, Jada Woodrow. From our first commercial class, we have Charlie Stone. From our second, it's Charlie Stone once more. From our third class, we have Raiden Lovern. From our fourth class, we have Macy Simpson. From our fifth class, Kendall Castleberry. From our eighth class, Mallory Middlebrooks. And then from the last class, Jonna Reeves.
Folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these 7 kids out here. It's been a very, very good crossbred gilt show, and you guys ought to be proud of the fact that you can put 7 elite ones like this in the ring at the same time. These are very, very good, high-quality individuals out here. I don't think there's any right way to do this in terms of the top 5, because there's 2 or 3 of them, that I think are very, very good. I think there's 2 or 3 of them that push the limits in terms of how good we're going to make these things. We're out on the corners, we're out on the edges, but we don't go too far, and that's something that happens very, very often in this crossbred deal. That pendulum swings too far, and then all of a sudden we try to fix one thing, but we get 3 or 4 things screwed up. But there's one out here that has those far-reaching pieces, but yet she's still so functional. She is good in a lot of places, but where she is good, she's extremely good. The young lady Solid Black Gilt's going to be her champion. We bring that young man's second place gilt out, and in terms of just foot size and bone and look up front, she really fits in here. Does she have just enough through that middle third? That's the question. I'd like to drop more belly and flank in that gilt, but that's a really, really nice gilt. It gets close between a pair of them out here for me. The one that suits me second best out here is a little leveler out through her hip. She's just a little leveler down her top with just maybe a little bit better look, but I love the balance. I love the proportions this one has. We talked about this one being just a little edgy from behind, and I tell you what, sometimes you need that to make those barrows better for the next generation. The young man right there in the middle of the ring with the spot on her back is going to be your reserve. The young man's calico second place gilt comes in, and we talked about that one in class, how good she is through her hip and hind leg, and how good balance and good belt from the side she is. Just like to elevate her up off that ground ever so slightly up front, give her a shot more bone, but that's a really, really unique one. It gets close. A couple of these out here for your third overall. The one I'd take home next to make the next generation better, the young lady in the purple shirt there with the big gilt is going to be your third. that young lady's second place heavyweight comes in, and you talk about one that's really good built, really good balanced. I love the squareness of build from the ground up. Is she the craziest when you get right on top of her? No, but from the side, that one looks like a brood sow. It gets close again. There's some give and take between 4 or 5 of these gilts out here. The one that suits me, 4th overall out here, as far as just taking them home, putting them in the sow lot, making them better. These ones just are hard to make. Again, just one that's a little edgy, but handles it very, very well for how much true power she has. Young lady in the green jacket's going to be your 4th overall. That young man's second place blue gilt comes out, and I remember that one from class, just how unique she has. That is a very unique show pig look from the side, being that big-chested and bold-fronted, yet that high-headed, having the shape she does coming right out of her blade, having a really good hip and hind leg. That one's just show pig proportions are very, very well put together. I like that one 5th best. Young man's blue gilt's going to be 5th overall.
Okay, our champion commercial gilt is exhibited by Macy Simpson from Class 12. The reserve, Rayton Lovern from Class 11. The 3rd overall, exhibited by Jonna Reeves from Class 15. Charlie Stone from Class 10 was 4th overall, and Rook Lovern from Class 10 was 5th overall. We'll bring in our commercial champion and the purebred champion gilt to select the overall and go from there.
Folks, before we end this here, let's put our hands together for these kids that are going to be driving for your champion overall breeding gilt. It's been a pleasure to come down here and sort this show for you guys. And one last time, let's give Colton and Blake and all these guys putting on this show back here a big round of applause. They do a phenomenal job here, and again, this is my first time down in this state, and I can't be happier. It was an experience getting down here, I can tell you that, but everything's been very, very good. The hospitality's been good. You guys have driven a very, very good set of pigs through this ring, and the kids have been phenomenal to work with. I tell you what, the top end, the quality of this thing is so, so good, and I hope, when you see the top 5 in the pures, you see the top 5 in these crosses, you can kind of see what I like
to do in terms of my breeding program and what I need and what I like and what I select for. These hogs are really bold, but yet they handle it really well. Their hips are right. They're right at the ground. They give you those show pig proportions, and both of these do that, whether you're talking about the pure or the cross. There's one to me that does it a little bit better out here in terms of just that power, just that overall boldness, and that those ESTs. The young lady's black gilt's going to be your grand. Again, we dropped that reserve cross in here, and we talked about her, just this show pig proportions this one has, and she fits in, with the purebred out here. I love the build this one has. I love that design and that stoutness of feature. Again, very close between this pair. They're very similar, but there's one that just has more. That's a young man's cross gilt. She's going to be a reserve. We dropped that young lady's big heavyweight gilt in here, and you talk about a powerhouse, the skull and the bone and the foot size. She has those far-reaching pieces, that's so hard to make. We have a lot of sows in our herd that look like this one, and they are hard to make. I'll tell you that right now. If we could have just fixed her hip ever so slightly, I'm a stickler for just levelness and length of hip. That's one of my things I like, but that one is so good, so flexible at the ground, just so massive everywhere. The young lady's cross is going to be third overall. This young lady's got both of these in here, and the Poland and the cross, and not to take away anything from the Poland, that one represents that breed extremely well. Soundness and functionability, it's really hard to make a Poland with that kind of hip and hind leg in her. You start looking at the cross, though, show pig proportions, balance, look. She's better up through her head and neck. She's better at the ground in terms of foot size and bone. That's a really, really unique cross. Young lady in the green jacket, your cross is going to be fourth. Folks, this has been an outstanding show here, and you guys, again, need to be proud of the fact that you can have kids driving hogs that are this good. We see this a lot in the Midwest, this kind of quality, this kind of eliteness, and you guys definitely have it down here. The young man's blue gilt, unique in terms of head and neck set, look and balance, and just squareness of build. That one got beat by a really good one in class. The young man's blue gilt's going to be fifth overall.
Thank you, Judge. The overall champion gilt is exhibited by Macy Simpson. The reserve overall champion is exhibited by Rayden Lovern. Placing third overall, Jonna Reeves. Fourth overall, Charlie Stone. And fifth overall, Roop Lovern. And then we had a belt that was left in the ladies' restroom that has a Livestock Judging State Champion 2025 belt buckle attached. It's up here at the announcer's table. A belt left in the ladies' restroom with a livestock judging state champion belt buckle was left in the ladies' restroom. But once more, our overall champion gilt exhibited by Macy Simpson, the reserve, Rayton Lovern, third overall, Jonna Reeves, fourth overall, Charlie Stone, and fifth overall, Roop Lovern.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and start pictures. Starting pictures. We're going to do the same thing we did with the last show. We're going to start with our overall top 5 from 1 to 5, and then we're going to work our way into the purebred.